Monday, the A's key offensive contributors pounced early as Yoenis Cespedes and Coco Crisp hit a couple of big flies to help the A's take Game 1 of the series. Last night, young lefty Martin Perez was excellent, keeping the A's off balance as he silenced the bats of the green and gold, and the Rangers took Game 2. Today, it's the rubber game, and it's a premier pitching matchup. Two of the best arms in the American League go toe-to-toe in another installment of this AL West showdown. It's the A's, it's the Rangers, coming up next. Beautiful afternoon for baseball here in Oakland. We are at the O.co Coliseum, and boy, we got a big-time pitching matchup. Darvish and Parker, and it is the rubber game of the series. Now, the A's are either going to be tied for first place or they're going to be two back when this ball game is over. It's the Rangers, it's the Athletics, and you're going to see it right here on Comcast Sportsnet California. So the standings coming into today, the Rangers with that one-game lead over the A's in the West. The A's still holding on to that #1 wild card spot with a 2.5-game lead over the second wild card team. That's the Rays, Yankees, Orioles, Indians in hot pursuit. Hey again, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball along with Ray Fosse. I'm Glenn Kuiper. Well, it's the rubber game of the series. That makes it a big deal. It's September. That makes it a big deal. So why not throw in a terrific pitching matchup?
That's what they're doing.
Yes,
Both very good. As we know, Jared Parker has been outstanding. His last loss, coincidentally, came against these Texas Rangers back on May the 22nd. So 17 consecutive starts without a losing decision, and that's been outstanding for this right-hander. As far as Darvish, he's a strikeout pitcher. He's 1-4 against the Athletics. One of the things you're going to see from him, a lot of breaking pitches. If he wants the strikeouts, he won't use his fastball as much as he should. He has a very good breaking ball. The A's will see a lot of those.
Well, we've said this a handful of times this year. Is this the start of something big for Yoenis Cespedes? And he has struggled this year some, Ray, but lately we've seen the good swings. We've seen line drives to right field. So maybe he's picking a good time to get hot.
And I think that's the best thing. We have seen him get hot in this month, the end of August, and now the first part of the month of September. But you're right. He's using the whole field. When he does that, it means that they try to pitch him inside, which is exactly what they want, as Holland tried to do in the opening game of this series. But if he uses right field, he has tremendous speed. He might hit some balls in the gap to get extra bases. But Yoenis Cespedes needed badly, and what a perfect month for him to kick it in gear in September.
And we talk about mistakes. The Rangers made the mistakes in Game 1. The A's made the mistakes last night, so that is where we're at. Rubber game of the series this afternoon here on a beautiful day at the Coliseum. It's the A's, and it's the Rangers. Diamond's going to look good, and we're just about set to go. We'll have lineups, and we'll have first pitch in just a moment.
California is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Go big at a participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax.
Well, just moments ago, lineup cards were exchanged. A's have taken the field. Green tops this afternoon. And should be a good ball game today with the emphasis on two very good starting pitchers squaring off. Game time weather for this afternoon is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open this weekend. Beautiful day. 72 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. And first place on the line. The Rangers come in with a one-game lead in the West. 24 games left to play, including today, for both of these teams. So it's going to be a terrific final 3.5 weeks of this season. Let's look at the lineup for the Texas Rangers. Leonys Martin back in the lineup, back in the leadoff spot. He's in center. Gentry will bat second and play left field. Then Kinsler, Beltre, Berzinski, Rios. Moreland, he's had a big year against the A's. Profar hits in the A spot, and Jim Adducci, a left-handed hitter, is the DH.
And Jared Parker starting for the Athletics, and as we detailed, he has been outstanding for the Athletics. 28 start, his last one May 22nd, and that was in Arlington. And the interesting thing about that start was that he used his fastball almost exclusively in the first inning, gave up 2 home runs to Murphy and Beltre, 3 runs, and that was it. That's all he gave up for the start, in which he went 7 innings. But that was enough for the Rangers to beat him, his last loss.
Cespedes, Crisp, and Moss in the outfield. Donaldson, Lowry, Sogard, and Barton on the infield. Vogt is the catcher, and we are set to go, folks. Martin steps in, Parker kicks, and here's the first pitch of the ball game, and it's outside. Martin showed bunt.
First pitch, 12:37.
12:37 first pitch thrown this afternoon.
Tough night for Martin in the opener of this series on Monday night with the strikeouts. Did not play last night, but not surprising that Greg Gentry, who did play in center field last night, is in the game. He'll be playing in left field as David Murphy gets the afternoon off.
2-1 now to Leonys Martin. A's won Monday afternoon 4-2. Rangers won last night 5-1. And as we mentioned briefly in the open of our show, really it's mistakes made by the Rangers in game 1, mistakes made by the A's in game 2.
And both managers know that to be successful, especially this time of the year, you can't afford to make mistakes.
That's a good call.
Because that's how you win games, by not making mistakes. And when the two of the top teams are playing each other, then you're kind of looking for a team to make a mistake, take advantage of it.
And there, it's a good start for Parker as he strikes out Martin.
Well, May 22nd, Cap, if you recall that game in Arlington, it was big because the first inning, Adrian Beltre, a monster home run straightaway center. It's the fastballs. And then David Murphy, another fastball. That was a 2-run shot. And unfortunately, the A's could not overcome that, although they had many opportunities. But first inning, 3 runs, and that was it. That's all Jared Parker gave up for the next 6 innings, because he started to incorporate all of his pitches. So good to see him strike out Martin on a good breaking pitch, the 5th that he has thrown the afternoon after fastballs.
Career versus Texas, 5-1, a goody 2.93 ERA, and that's 6 starts. 3 of those have been this year. So we showed you that start on the 22nd, just over the head of Lowry, and Gentry has a base hit. So Gentry's been tough on the A's in this series.
To Brzezinski last night, and now Gentry this afternoon. There's a lot of broken lumber. This you could hear shattered. Ball running inside to Gentry, but as you mentioned last night, Kai, if you make contact, anything can happen. In the case of Brzezinski, drove in a run. The next bat he broke was a looper to Lowry. But Gentry with the speed, and that's always a concern when he gets on base.
Exmo is brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort, and here's Kinsler.
Vogt has been throwing exceptionally well, so we'll see if the speedy Gentry does attempt to run in this first inning, something Ron Washington may be thinking about early in this game.
Fastball for a strike.
Capwell mentioned taking about the importance and the mistakes or lack of, but you have two managers that are capable with the players of using a different style of baseball, and while both teams can hit home runs, they can also steal bases, bunt, hit and run, do the little things to help manufacture runs.
May see that today even a little bit more, with certainly the possibility of a low scoring game. Kinsler takes high. Kinsler is 2 for 10 in the series, both the hits coming in last night's game. He has scored a run. He has stolen a base. Outfield straightaway, infield that double play depth. Parker trying to get a ground ball from Kinsler. And it's backhanded on a dive by Lowry, out at second, and no throw to first as Sogard is taken out by Gentry. But a nice play by Lowry at short.
Come on now, if you got called for a ground ball, one double play.
I know. I should have said a ground ball right at somebody.
That's right, because that's the only way. Watch Gentry with his speed. Great play by Lowry, diving, but Sogard had to take the brunt of the hard slide by Gentry. No chance for a double play. Happy for one out. Happy that Sogard could hang on to the baseball, because Gentry not only slid hard but went through the bag. Watch how he goes through up in Sogard, who really took the ball and tried to make the play the proper way. Probably not expecting to see the runner come through the bag, but the serious part about that, fortunately, didn't occur, and that the lower part of Sogard got hit very hard. Watch as Gentry goes through the bag. Watch Sogard. He's planted. Fortunately, he comes up, and then if he had kept his feet on the ground instead of coming up right there, who knows how serious that could have been. So great play by Sogard with a hard slide from Gentry, and that's the aggressiveness that you see in these kind of series.
So 0-1 to Adrian Beltre. 2 for 9 in the series for Beltre. And he takes a strike, and it's 0-2. So Beltre steps back out. Now he's in there. And he skies one to shallow right. Moss coming in toward the line. He's got it side retired. The hit and a runner left for the Rangers. A's come to bat in the bottom of the first. No score. In the bottom of the first, it'll be Coco Crisp in the leadoff spot. Then Donaldson, Lowry, Moss, Cespedes, Cayaspo, Barton, Sogard, and Vogt.
And right-hander Yu Darvish on the mound for the Texas Rangers. And again, as we mentioned, 1-4 against the Athletics. He actually won his first start May 16th of last year. It was against the A's, but he has not had success since then. Strikeout pitcher, so that means a lot of off-speed pitches. He throws about 7, maybe 8 different types of pitches.
Let's look at the Rangers defense. Gentry, Martin, and Rios in the outfield. Beltre, Profar, Kinsler, Moreland on the infield, and Brzezinski is the catcher. So Darvish set to face Coco Crisp. And the first pitch is a fastball on the inside corner, first strike.
His fastball will reach 96, and surprisingly, he does not use it as much as many people think he should. But with so many different types of pitches, he's not opposed to using those in various situations.
He's got a whole basket full of pitches. He's got a whole basket full of strikeouts as well, as Chris hits a fly ball. So 1 out here in the first inning.
Batting second, play third. Number 20, Josh Donaldson.
So that's 2, 4, 6. So you add another 2-seamer to the other fastball that he throws, so that would be incorporated. The cutter, the curve, split change up. But A.J. Brzezinski, when you see him drop his glove, that means he's given a 7 because he has to use both hands.
And pitching from the stretch, and just down Donaldson, but impressive numbers. 292, 19 home runs, 77 RBIs for Donaldson. And this one is popped up, and it's just right down below us with a 2-out right.
Well, on a lighter side, this morning, Mike Gallego introduced himself to Josh Donaldson. He said, I'm third base coach, and just want to let you know I'm Josh said always has a good time, but he know that he did not pick up his third base coach last night, and ran through as Gallego was letting him know that the ball was caught by Profar. But
I'm the third base coach. This is my job description.
That's right. I'm the one with the helmet.
Yes.
And I will watch for you so you can just concentrate on running, but pay attention to me because I will tell you what to do. Gag's a good third base coach, very good, and he's very knowledgeable, and I think is always a thankless job. But Gaggs, as we have seen on a consistent basis, knows the strengths of the outfielders' arms and what the infielders can do.
1-2 pitch is a fastball that's high, and the count is 2-2. Lowry waiting in the on-deck circle. Well, Donaldson, it was his defense that was the talk of the game last night. He made one of the best catches in all of baseball last night. He strikes out there, and Darvish gets his first K, and here it is, and it's worth a couple new looks. Ford right choice. Check it out. Over the tarp, in between the tarp and the wall, and the whole time he was able to hold his glove up, and you knew he caught it. There was never a moment of doubt that he didn't catch it because you could see the baseball in his glove. It was just an absolutely terrific play, and I don't think there's any doubt one of the best in baseball this year.
And it could only happen here at the Coliseum because of so much foul territory. Any other place, you just take a courtesy look. It's several rows deep in the stands, but Josh Donaldson plays it extremely well. And I thought Jerry Blevins, the class act, went over to him and said, I appreciate your great effort. You know, runner tagged, went to second, got out of the inning, but as a pitcher, you always appreciate when your fielders make that kind of effort, but not surprising that Josh Donaldson gave up his body to try to make the play.
2-0 to Lowry, hitting .289 with 10 home runs, 59 runs batted in. Lowry is 0 for 7 in the series. Does have a sacrifice fly.
And if there's one thing Jed has been doing is hitting fly balls. One, he did get the sac fly. That was the opener. But it's from his standpoint, he's a doubles machine as he has 41. But it's more line drives into the gaps to result in the extra bases.
And it's a 4-pitch walk to Lowry with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first.
June 18th, and a low fastball. It was crushed. A line drive into the seats in the lower deck in right field.
So Moss hitting in the cleanup spot. 25 homers, 69 RBIs. And a couple of home runs in his career against Darvish.
Last July. That also was in Arlington. That right field in Arlington is very, very inviting. Lefties kind of like it.
Yep. Now Darvish has not pitched well against the Athletics. And he's very good, but the A's seem to string together pretty good at bats. That one's hit high to right field. Going back is Rios. He's at the wall, and that baby's gone, and it's 2-0 A's.
Kipe, I think you've been correct. He likes the number 4 spot in the batting order. Brandon Moss, 90-mile-per-hour fastball, unload. Brandon, couple of nights off against the lefties. And yes, he's back in the lineup. 5 consecutive pitches out of the strike zone by Yu Darvish, and Brandon Moss got a special fastball down the middle at 90, and he crushed it. Rios going back as if maybe he thought he had a chance. I don't know why. Maybe just to observe, but Brandon Moss continues. 2 days off, and he crushes a fastball on his first at bat today.
So that'll bring up Cespedes.
Amazing. Bob Melvin, I feel badly for him because he's had to explain why he's not in the lineup. But he's in there today, and maybe seeing him in there a lot the rest of the way. So he's the player of the week last week, won the honors, started another week.
And now 3-0.
Yeah, Cap, when he faced Jed Lowry, it looked like he wanted to hurry up and rapid fire. He couldn't throw a strike through 4 out of the strike zone to walk him and then bring Brandon Moss up. But it looked like he tried to quicken his delivery, try to throw in strikes, but he could not do it.
And there's another walk. Well, it's funny, we see lots of highlights of Darvish, and he's got leads the American League in strikeouts. He's got 237 strikeouts now, and we've
Well, that's I don't know, a little etiquette. Who knows what's going on. And I think Brzezinski, after 4-pitch walk, home run, 4-pitch walk, trying to put the right fingers down, and so far Darvish is not throwing them.
First pitch strike to Callaspo. As I was saying, we see all these terrific highlights of Darvish striking out 10, 11, 12 guys, but he never pitches that way against the A's. And the A's just seem to kind of have his number a little bit.
Had 10 strikeouts in the game in Arlington. In the last start, he faced the Athletics, but he lost 6-2. Gave up a couple of home runs, one to Jay So, one to Moss.
I think he's probably always going to get his strikeouts.
Oh, yeah. And really probably to a fault that he wants his strikeouts, because he has really a good enough fastball that he relies a lot more on his off-speed pitches, which are going to get more strikeouts, as he did to Donaldson with 2-2 curveball.
He's got 5 starts this year with 14 or more strikeouts. I mean, that's pretty incredible. It's hard to get 7 or 8 strikeouts in a game, but he just seems to be a different pitcher against the Athletics. And he does like to throw that breaking ball, although the Moss pitch was a fastball right down the heart of the plate.
And you know, that could have been just as much as catcher thinking there's 5 consecutive pitches out of the strike zone. Maybe be taking a pitch, but also Brandon Moss, why take a pitch when it's a fastball right down the middle at 90, which is, for these hitters, it's almost like a batting practice fastball.
So 1-2 to Callaspo. Cespedes the runner at first. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A fastball at 93 miles an hour. So a strike first in the rubber game of this series. They do it with a Moss 2-run homer. So after 1, it's the A's 2 and the Rangers nothing.
Josh Donaldson and A.J. Griffin is now available. Get the scoop on Jared Parker. Break down Brandon Moss's swing. That's a good one. And go way inside the numbers with Director of Baseball Operations Farhan Zaidi. The new issue is available at the O.co Coliseum team stores or online at oaklandathletics.com/magazine.
Brzezinski to lead it off, followed by Rios and Moreland here in the second inning. First pitch to Brzezinski is up and away from Parker, who gave up a hit and had a strikeout in the first inning. Got a nice defensive play from the shortstop Jed Lowry to get a force out at second.
Starting out here at the Coliseum against the Rangers, gave up a leadoff double and then retired the next 3 in the game. So Parker is and has been pitching well.
This one's popped up. Good fastball got in on Brzezinski. And Donaldson makes the catch, fighting that sun, and that's out number 1. So here's the breakdown of the turnaround of Jared Parker.
Right fielder, number 51.
Of course, as we said, May 22nd was his last loss. So with the start on May 28th, not too shabby. 8-0, 2.57 ERA over a stretch of 17 starts, this being 18.
And when you can tie the great late Catfish Hunters, 17 consecutive unbeaten starts, that's pretty impressive. Alex Rios, a home run last night. Some very good defensive plays. Could not jump high enough to catch Brandon Moss' home run. Cap, I'm trying to think another last start between these two guys. That was in Texas, but it's rare that, first of all, a starting pitcher wears a low number, which is number 11. In the case of Darvish and Parker, they're both wearing the same number, 11.
And on an 0-2 pitch, Rio swings and misses, and that's out number 2.
That's a great changeup. Got Martin on a curveball to start the game and then pulled the string on Rios. 0-2 changeup and down and away. And that's, if you're ever going to throw a waste pitch, that's how good Parker is, because he can throw an 0-2 changeup down and away and fool a hitter. A lot of times they want to throw a pitch, try to get him to chase. Well, that was a chase pitch with an excellent pulling of the string and the changeup.
Here's Moreland. Shift is on for Moreland. And there's the strike. .22 home runs, 57 RBIs for Moreland, and a .246 batting average. Close pitch, just a touch outside. There's a strike, and it's 1-2.
Backdoor breaking pitch, and Vogt outside corner and perfectly thrown. Great execution of the pitch, freezing the hitter. And Moreland's hit so well against the A's here, but those pitches have been more in the inner part of the plate, and he's been able to pull.
Changeup's coming, and here it is. And a swing and a miss, so a couple of strikeouts for Parker in a 1-2-3 inning, and we're headed to the bottom of the second. 2-0 A's. Strikeouts in the majors covering the last 2 seasons. Darvish, no surprise, he is on top. Scherzer is second. Kershaw is third. Darvish had 221 strikeouts last year. This year he's got, with his 2 today, 238. First pitch strike to Derek Barton. Barton, Sogard, and Vogt here in the bottom of the second. Moss with a 2-run homer in the first.
Well, it's surprising as always to see a starting pitcher start the game out of the stretch, but Darvish originally started the windup, but realized there are fewer moving parts out of the stretch, so that's why he changed to that. Has had a lot of success just starting the game in a more comfortable position. Travis Blackley, another starter for the Rangers, does that.
Barton hitting .209 with a homer and 7 RBIs. I would think going out of the stretch certainly simplifies your delivery. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do except lift up your leg and let her go.
Exactly, and that's very simple, to the point that as long as it doesn't take away from the velocity of the fastball, because of the windup you tend to get a little bit more velocity. Stretch you don't because of the slide steps. But because of his windup and lifting the leg without a runner on base, doesn't take away from it. But with the runner on, sometimes it's a little different.
So Darvish has his 3rd walk in the game already.
Yeah, kind of today, maybe because his fastball is not working for him in the strike zone, might see a few more breaking pitches, and that's because of his ability to throw so many different pitches that he does not have to stay with the fastball if he's not throwing it for strikes.
Beltre comes in at 3rd, and the pitch to Sogard, not close, 1-0. And Brzezinski's going to have another talk with the right-hander. He got the first 2 outs in the first inning, and then he walked Lowry and Moss homered. So it looks like they're chewing on each other a little bit. In fact, they are. So we've seen Ron Washington yell at his pitcher on the mound, and now we see A.J. Brzezinski and Yu Darvish yelling at each other on the mound.
Well, you know, it's almost when Darvish lifted his arm, like saying, get back behind the plate. But, you know, the purpose of a catcher, I don't care who it is, if your pitcher is having a tough time throwing strikes, you want to kind of break up the rhythm and go out and try to maybe correct a flaw in his delivery.
It almost looked like Darvish didn't want to hear about it.
Exactly.
Brzezinski's doing what he's supposed to be doing.
And that's exactly what you should do. I mean, I think it's a fault of a catcher who does not go out whenever his pitcher is having a tough time, because he should be able to notice something that he is doing to maybe help correct him, and pitchers are appreciative of that visit from the catcher.
And now it's 3-0, and he has not come close. See, Darvish really doesn't want to hear it. It doesn't sound like.
So you'd have to say he understands enough English that he heard what Brzezinski was talking about.
Well, he's got no idea where it's going right now. So he has now walked 4. And we're going to have another meeting. This will be Mike Maddox and A.J. Brzezinski and Yu Darvish.
It seems like, Kite, when we were in Arlington, Texas, that when Darvish pitched and there was a meeting on the mound, the interpreter went out with it, which interpreters are allowed now to go out to be able to interpret what is being discussed. See, that's that calming influence of Mike Maddox. So that's good. They'd like to see that. Didn't calm things down, except he walked away from him.
Yeah, he just walked away from him. So Darvish is putting on a little attitude show here.
And Ron Washington is not going to really stand for it. It's something that you don't want to see, because the world's watching, you know, and literally the world, because the Japanese reporters, and they see what's going on. And I mean, the A's have to take advantage of it. The pitcher, that's 9 pitches in this inning, 8 for balls.
So here's Stephen Vogt. And there's the first pitch strike. Well, if your pitching coach and your catcher are standing out there, I'm not sure walking away is a good idea.
No. I think the respect is something that's important. And
Vogt rolls it foul, and this time Darvish is ahead of the count 0-2. This was Monday, and Ron Washington chewing out his starting pitcher.
Well, this was after he got a double play and looked like he's going to get out of the inning quickly.
I think Wash just kind of stayed with it as well when it got to the dugout.
But probably the issue there, Kipe, was getting the 2 outs on a double play, but then letting the inning extend by walking a batter, getting a base hit. But again, all these things happening. It's incumbent on the A's to take advantage of it, because you've got some issues here where pitcher's throwing 3 good breaking pitches, now 2 for strikes. A nice block by Brzezinski to keep the runners from advancing.
A 1-2 pitch. Curveball is a bit outside. So 2-2 to Vogt. Barton at second, Sogard at first. They both walked. And this one is hit high down the right field line. Rios, a long run into foul territory, and he caught it. Tagging up is Barton. He's going to go to third. So a very nice play by Rios in foul territory, right up against that side wall.
Yeah, you're looking for outs, knowing that the runner's going to tag and go to third, but very little foul territory, and fortunately able to brace himself. Sogard thought about running, but the throw made by Rios was strong enough into second that Sogard, while faking towards second, had to stop and go back. But a nice play with very little foul territory, no regard for the body, banging off the wall. Foul ball, you only have one thing to do, and that's to tag, as Baker did last night in the great play by Donaldson.
So another opportunity for the A's as Coco steps in. He hit a fly ball to left field in the first inning. Chases a breaking ball, and he rolls it foul.
I think the A's better get used to the breaking pitches, because he's having trouble with his fastball, and ever since the visit by Maddox, he has thrown a lot of curves.
Another bouncer foul, and now Darvish ahead in the count 0-2, and seems to have righted the ship just a little bit anyways from a throwing strike standpoint.
Eight pitches since the meeting, and more breaking balls, more strikes.
Huh. Oh-2 pitch, and Coco rips one to right field. Rios going back, and he makes the catch. Barton tags, he will score. So on an 0-2 pitch, Coco gets a sacrifice fly, and it's 3-0.
Well, that's a big run. Do not want to let a couple of walks go to waste. And Barton tagged up on the fly ball, and then Coco Crisp sounded great off his bat. Probably like me, thought he was going to go a lot farther than it did, but no stride, upper body, good fastball down the middle. Mistake by Darvish, and Coco jumped all over it. And I think the surprise there that he did not go back to some hard breaking ball to try to maybe get him to chase or roll over on something.
Well, Coco gets his 51st RBI. Donaldson struck out swinging in the first inning, and he takes a strike. Donaldson is 2 for 8 in the series. The spinner stays high, 1-1.
I think one of the, I guess, pluses in a sense for a pitcher has been the grading system for home plate umpires when they get the, I guess, the grade after the game on the number of strikes called, because they monitor all the strike calls now. And I remember a time when the pitcher had a tough time throwing strikes. Throw something close, you say that's a strike. He said not close enough.
Nope.
I mean, it was a big difference, and they're on the sides of the dugout. You can see the cameras, the angles going at the plate, and of course every pitch is graded as far as whether it's a strike or not and called a strike.
So 2-1 to Donaldson. A run in for the A's without a hit. Sogard runs, throw to second base is in time, and Sogard is tagged out on the head first slide. He says he didn't get me. But Brzezinski throws him out. Another run for the A's. It's 3-0 after 2. Athletics lead. Cache Creek's Challenger Slot Tournaments. Free entry daily from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Visit cachecreek.com for details. That's a beautiful look at the just opened east baseband of the Bray Bridge. Almost looks like a video game, doesn't it?
You know, it did.
Yeah.
You play video games?
No, not a lot. Pac-Man in the early 80s.
Oh, man.
Asteroids, you know, all those.
Pac-Man.
Oh, yeah.
Chomp, chomp.
If you got bored, you go to Mrs. Pac-Man. Pong. Not getting any younger, Ray. And there's people out there going, what? I don't even know what games those are. Profar, Aducci, Martin. It's not a happy Rangers dugout right now. There's some testiness down there.
Well, and it's September call-ups too. You know, they're wondering what's going on here.
Why is everybody mad at each other?
Lance Berkman talking to Brzezinski.
Parker gets the strike call, and the count is 2-2.
I will say, whenever the rosters are increased in September, there are some young players that get a chance to come to the big leagues for the first time. It's an eye-opener.
No, I would imagine.
Some things happen, you go, wow, nothing like this happened in minor leagues for the last 5 months.
And this was right at the end of the inning. Brzezinski not terribly happy. Darvish wasn't real happy, so pitcher and catcher not really seeing eye to eye. Barton dropped it, then has to scramble to pick it up, flips to Barton, and that's out number one.
Yeah, Kyle, as they always say, there are cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why Fernando Rodney went in the bathroom when the Rays came into town, but got locked in. We don't see that happen anymore. Barton, usually very sure, handed the ball up on the heel of the glove of his first baseman's mitt, but as usual, pitcher Jared Parker covering the bag. That's the interpreter for you, Darvish. And Pierzynski is chatting with him.
Here's Jim Adducci. Adducci is the designated hitter today. He only has 3 at-bats just called up from the minor leagues. And he bounces that one foul down the third baseline. Parker's got 3 strikeouts so far in the game, giving up just 1 hit. He has been sharp in the early going.
All of his pitches are working very well through this, the 9th batter that he's faced today. Fastball locations excellent, change up, and he's able to throw the change up today over the middle of the plate, really towards the middle, and it's working well. This fastball in the outside corner, and caught nicely by Stephen Vogt because he's set up more to the inside part of the plate. Laid his mitt down to catch it coming in.
2-2 to Adducci. Lots of changeups for Parker.
And as he said, everything works off his fastball, and you can see why. 63% fastballs, and then another 22 of those 2 pitches. 85% of the time he'll throw them.
So he went with a fastball there, but you get the feeling that Adducci's going to see a changeup here at some point. Did you see that? There's 3 or 4 big guys going for the ball, and the lady just sat there and she picked it right up.
Perfect.
The guy was falling over the seat.
And he probably would have given it to her
Lady
anyway
never
had he gotten the ball. So
never moved.
And fastball in, okay.
And it's lined toward left, and that's a hit.
The difference there, Pierzynski getting a similar ball, he lifted up and hit a fly ball, but Adducci a line drive. Parker wanted to go fastball in and won the 2-seamer, but it did not really break as sharply as he wanted, or maybe give Adducci credit for staying back and maybe just seeing the ball, hitting the ball. Nice swing.
So now the top of the order, Leonys Martin, who struck out swinging, leading off the game. So Martin did not play, or he played in the outfield last night. Did not hit in the game. So he's 1 for 6 with 5 strikeouts in the series. His 1 hit came against Balfour, and a very close play at first.
Well, not a very big lead by Adducci either, and a quick tag by Barton. Maybe thought he got him as he went up to Tom Howya, first base umpire.
Foul tip, pops in and out of the glove of Vogt. Gentry will be next here in the top of the 3rd. He's with 2 in the first, 1 in the second. And there's a shot, and it's fair, and it's headed for the corner. Adducci is pretty fast as he's wheeling around third. The throw to the plate is high, and Martin has a double, and Adducci, he was wheeling it. So we know now that Jim Adducci is fast. So Martin with an RBI double, and it's 3-1.
High changeup, and Martin on the inner half of the plate crushed it. That's a mistake, but a mistake taken advantage of by the leadoff hitter. And Brandon Moss got it in as quick as he could, but the fact that Adducci saw the ball was going to be into the corner, was able to take off immediately. And that was just with one out. Gary Pettis had him coming all the way.
So back-to-back hits and a run for the Rangers. Now Gentry hits. And Martin gets his 37th RBI on his 14th double.
Jared Parker, as the pitcher, showed why it's important for a pitcher to back up as the throw is airmailed over Stephen Vogt, but Parker was there to take the throw to keep the runner at second.
Just a bit outside to Gentry, and the count is 1-0. Gentry had a base hit in the first inning, broken bat hit. Good pitch there, 1-1. And Gentry now 3 for 6 in the series. A little flare to shallow right, and that's going to fall. And they're going to wave home Martin, and he is safe. So the Rangers pop out of the dugout as they're showing some life here in the third. As Gentry, just a bloop single to right.
Man, he's the master between him and Pierzynski. That's about 4. Hanging breaking ball and hit it towards the end of the bat. But the fact that Martin read it perfectly. He was at second, could see it was going to be over the head of Sogard. Brandon Moss with a strong throw, but just a little bit late. As the jump by Martin and the throw up the line a bit and just landed in between.
That's a heck of a throw by Moss.
Yes,
huh? Wow.
He's got a strong arm, and just unfortunately up the line just enough that runner could have make it.
So 3 consecutive hits with 1 out. And it's a 2 spot for the Rangers.
So unfortunately, no shutdown inning for Jared Parker. A's did add a run last inning thanks to a couple of walks.
Gentry's got a good lead at first. Up and in to Kinsler, who reached on a fielder's choice in the first. He hit that ball that Lowry made a nice play on in the hole. So 2 for 11 on the trip, or on the homestand, I should say. So plenty of strikes for Parker. Runner goes, ball's line foul. So Gentry will head back.
That would have been a pretty good pitch for Kinsler to take. Consider it was a changeup, tough pitch to throw, as it takes a little longer to get to the plate, although Vogt is quick. But it's a right-handed hitter. You can see the runner taking off, and as Kinsler thought he could do some serious damage with the pitch.
Gentry has 14 steals, so he's well worth keeping a close eye on. Beltre in the on-deck circle. Gentry not going, and that one's lined to Donaldson, who quickly throws to first, and just getting back in time is Gentry. So Kinsler lines out.
That ball was hit so hard, Gentry didn't have a chance to take too many steps, and that saved him because Donaldson made a great play. Off-balance throw, got a lot on it. Nice stretch, but Gentry able to get back safely. You think Kinsler saying, wait a minute, Gentry, you've gotten broken back to left field. You got a bloop to right field. I've hit 2 bullets and 0 for 2.
Yep.
Lowry, great play in the first inning, robbing him, and Donaldson on this one.
First pitch to Beltre is hit on the ground to the right side. Sogard has it. Side retired. The Rangers come back. They hit 2 runs on 3 hits. Bottom of the 3rd coming up. It's the A's 3 and the Rangers 2. Be sure to like the Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area Facebook page for breaking news, exclusive features, giveaways, and much more. CSNCalifornia.com, it's your interactive home for authentic Bay Area sports. Now we got a ball game. It's 3-2, bottom of the 3rd inning. The A's have 3 runs on just 1 hit. It was a home run by Moss. Darvish has walked 4. 2 of them have scored.
And I think this is an important inning for Darvish because for him, after everything that has happened.
That's going to be a tough play. Kinsler has it. He flips, and they got him. Bang, bang play. And Donaldson is retired.
You know, there's the unfortunate thing of a big swing by a hitter, slow getting out of the box and maybe not knowing where it was, but watch how long it takes for Donaldson. The full swing, and by the time you have the swing and then recover just enough, otherwise he beats it out. But that's a very good play by the second baseman Kinsler to barehand it and stretched by Moreland.
And it was very close, folks. I think it probably could have went either way.
Yeah, and the fact that Kinsler could not get a lot on the throw, and just as the ball went into the glove, and at that point Tom Hallion could not hear the ball going into the glove. I think that's what first base umpires will do. They
just because it was a flip and not a throw.
Because it wasn't thrown hard enough for him to actually hear it, so he had to watch it. And that is the veteran Tom Hallion.
So Lowry hits. Lowry walked and then scored on the Moss home run. And he pops this one up. Profar out. Gentry in, and Profar not seem to have any trouble with the sun, and he's got it, and that's out number 2. So
it's unfortunate there because Lowry, that was a pitch that he swung his ball to, but he went after it. He had not seen a strike. Actually still hasn't seen a strike all day, but that one tried to get under and drive it, could not.
So here's Moss. The home run in the first was his 26th of the year. He now has 71 RBIs. Last year, Moss hit 21 home runs in 84 games. And this was number 26.
And he crushed
game number 127.
Yeah, he crushed.
So that was a fastball pretty much right down the middle. We'll see what Darvish works with Moss in this at bat. And he's got a base hit. Doesn't matter what he throws him. He gets it through the right side. So Moreland made a good effort, just could not quite come up with it. And now Cespedes will hit.
Moreland has made some good plays in this series. Made a good one on Monday night to rob Callaspo of a base hit and a run batted in. And a 2-run game, or Monday afternoon that is, but could not get to this one.
Cespedes walked in the first inning. Breaking ball for a strike to Cespedes. 4 hits in the series, including a home run. Another breaking ball, and it's 0-2. Almost looked like that one had a little later break to it, and Cespedes could not pull the trigger.
A little bit front door and then straight down. So normally you see a spin on the ball, it's going to be breaking away. That one did not.
Oh, yeah. And a fastball up and in and to the backstop, and Moss goes to second.
And that's close. And a bright, sunny, glaring afternoon. It's tough to react quickly. Now, fortunately, Cespedes did right at his head, backed off, and Berzinski couldn't handle it. You say, well, it was not that close. Yes, it is. When you're at the plate and a mid-90s fastball is coming at your head, it's close.
And a breaking ball. Cespedes swings and misses. So a 9-pitch inning for Yu Darvish, and we are on to the 4th. It's the A's 3 and the Rangers 2. To win more than 8 straight starts. All right, we'll give you the answer in.
Why are they showing Catfish's number?
A little bit. We like to give folks a hint. of a possible correct answer.
You know, it was good also, Dave Stewart.
Yeah.
Still would have the greatest months of April I've ever seen from anybody. Tony La Russa, let's get to 90, 95 wins as quickly as possible, and Stu did his part.
Brzezinski bunts it right up over the A's dugout. Brzezinski popped out to third in the second inning. He's 1 for 10 in the series. The Angels will have an off day tomorrow. Maybe that's why Brzezinski playing the day game after night game. Donaldson fighting that sun, and Donaldson's got it. Brzezinski pops out to Donaldson for the second time.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. You know, the Rangers with them, and of course the A's. Big game today, big games the rest of the way, and you'd like to see this out of your veteran catcher. Donaldson, man, used his glove. Great job, just praying. Come out of the sun. Come out. Oh, there it is. Okay. Finally found it coming out of the sun. Nice play by Donaldson. But I think that's something that maybe even Brzezinski going around Washington said, hey, I want to be in this game. You know, and the A's, of course, used more of a platoon behind the plate. Suzuki caught the first two, and the fact that those were lefties, and this is a righty today. I'm surprised the Bolt is there. But Ramon Hernandez, the A's had success. He got the point that he caught every day in the final month of September, which nothing against Sal Fasano, but Ramon Hernandez, as we said, you worry about getting tired in November.
Yeah.
Season's over.
Well, and in the Rangers case, nothing against Giovanni Soto. Yeah. He's hitting .214.
Exactly. And Brzezinski does a good job handling the pitching staff, and you know, you get some consistency behind the plate, especially in a critical time of the season.
Cute to the right side. Barton picks it up. He'll take it himself, and that's out number 2.
Fans, even if you aren't an A's season ticket holder, you can still get 2013 postseason rights. Just place a deposit on a 2014 A's ticket plan and secure your place in line for the 2013 playoff tickets. For more information, call 510-638-GO-A's or go to oaklandathletics.com/deposit. Now, while you can look at that and say, yeah, they're just trying to get me to buy next year, we should. Because if you think last year when we were talking about this, and the success the A's have had this season, and it's going to continue. And that's a good opportunity not only to take advantage of postseason possibility this year, but get in line for good seats for next season, the 2014 schedule. Hey, he's the Rolaids fireman of the year right there. We got him in the stands. Usually what the best closer, one with the most saves receives each year, but I think that's the original fireman there.
1-1 the count to Mitch Moreland, who struck out swinging to end the second inning.
Michael.
Is that our old friend Mike Norris?
Mike Norris. Got his tie on.
Looks good.
You know what? He's talking baseball. He's talking, I got a screwball that nobody could hit.
He was probably right, too. He's a nice man, Mike Norris.
I was honored to catch his major league debut. Came up with Oakland, Alvin Dark, the manager. And then later, of course, under the Billy Martin and the Billy Ball with those great starters, he had a screwball that nobody could hit. Great competitor.
So if you throw that many screwballs, in his case with his right arm, I was going to say, does the palm of his hand point out when he walks? Probably does.
When you shake hands with him, his hands turn backwards. You shake hands with the left hand with his.
You got to get a different angle.
Well, Michael loves to talk baseball.
Two and two the count to Moreland. Parker trying for his second 3-up, 3-down inning. He did it in the second inning. and a miss on a high fastball, and that'll end the 4th inning. 4th strikeout for Parker. Bottom of the 4th coming up. 3-2 Athletics. Brought to you by Eric's Deli Cafe, celebrating 40 years of bringing it to the plate. Stop by Eric's and enter to win 40 years of free sandwiches with character.
Sandwiches sound pretty good this time of the day,
Yep.
right?
Little mid-afternoon Eric's Deli Cafe sandwich. Those gentlemen in the diamond level, and they can have as much food as they want.
Every time I walk down there, they say, "Hey, Ray, when you and Cobb got to come down here and do a game?"
Let's do it. I'm in. Two and one to Callaspo, who struck out in the 1st inning. There's only one day game going on in the American League. It's the Astros leading the Twins 5-3 in the 8th inning. Everything else is tonight, including all those teams that we're keeping a close eye on in the wild card race.
It's pretty good scheduling by the Astros, considering they're coming here tomorrow night for a beginning of a 4-game weekend series.
So they should get here at some point this evening. Aspo rolls it to the backstop. As we know, the situation in the AL West, and it's going to stay close right down to that last week. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I can't imagine either the A's or the Rangers opening up too big of a lead.
Yeah, Copy, look at the schedule which we have, and I think that last week where the A's play the Angels and the Mariners, and then also the Rangers play, is it the Astros and the Rangers, the Angels?
Yeah.
So you think the Angels are thinking this is the 4th year in a row they're not going to postseason, and they've got a chance to at least make something out of their season.
No question.
I mean, they're going to play well. Seattle, we know, it's a good team, play the A's well, so there's going to be some teams down the stretch that you can look at sub 500 records and say, well, this team has a better schedule than the other. Nobody has a good schedule when you're going down the stretch. No matter who you're playing, those teams are out to do something special.
And that's going to be flagged down by Leonys Martin. Nice running catch. So there's the wild card standings with the A's the #1 wild card, 2.5 ahead of the Rays. Top 2 go. Now the games tonight, the Orioles are at Cleveland. That's the rubber game of that 3-game series. Britton and McAllister. The Tigers are at Boston. Porcello and Dempster. The Yankees will be hosting the White Sox. Sabathia and Johnson, the pitching matchup there. So the Orioles and Cleveland, two of those teams squaring off against each other. And don't forget about the Rays tonight in Anaheim taking on the Angels. Hellickson and Weaver, your pitching matchup there. That's game 3 of a 4-game series. They will play again tomorrow. But I think a lot of people keep talking about the Yankees, Ray. They've won 4 out of their last 5. Of course, they will host the Red Sox this weekend for a 4-game series. But they have become a major player in this playoff push in the American League.
And not surprising.
No.
You know, even at the beginning of the season, well, the Yankees had a lot of injuries to key players. They said, after all, they are still the New York Yankees. And Joe Girardi and their club finds a way to win, and at least to be competitive, and they have done that this year. There's some interesting scheduling down the stretch because of the intra-divisional play. Talked about the West. The East has it as well.
Barton hits one up the middle, and that's a base hit.
Fans, MLB.TV celebrates 11 years. Catch the rest of the 2013 season in HD quality. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 350 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.TV today. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere.
So with 1 out and Barton aboard on the base hit, Sogard steps up. And that one is outside. Now the Astros, who will be here tomorrow, I told you they're playing right now, but they are in a tough stretch. They have lost 7 out of their last 8. But don't you dare overlook the Astros.
I was just going to say, I just hope that the Astros continue that trek, because they're playing the A's, and they will also play the Rangers last week, and never take anybody lightly at this level. They're major league players, and they're up here for a reason. Last 4 games against the Astros will begin tomorrow night at the Coliseum.
But I think it's imperative that the next 7 games, 4 against the Astros, 3 against the Twins, 2 teams that are really not having good seasons at all. You can't slip up.
No.
Sogard loops one into left field, and that's a base hit. So 2 on and 1 out for Vogt.
Well, we've seen the Rangers take advantage of some into the bat shots, and Eric Sogard stayed back on the breaking ball, the curveball from Darvish, and flared it out to left field. Surprisingly, they were playing at the pull as much as they were, and figured maybe on the curveball he would get out in front and pull, but Sogard has done a remarkable job this season, starting in spring training, continuing into September, and 25 hits to left field, and that's just good, solid hitting, using the whole field.
First pitch to Vogt is in for a strike. Stephen Vogt, who hit a fly ball down the right field line that Rios made a nice play on in foul territory. Mazinski blocks it. So each team with 4 hits now.
The Rangers last inning got hits with runners in scoring position. Played 32 runs, and that's something they had been deficient with a little bit more, but come through big today. A's need to do the same.
Strike on the outside corner. The Rangers were 0 for 9 on Monday with runners in scoring position. Yesterday 2 for 14, but they had more opportunities yesterday.
Backdoor curveball and a good one.
The vote behind in the count 1-2. Barton at second, Sogard at first. Outfield very shallow. And that one's hit to center. Martin fighting that sun, and he's got it. Gets it back in quickly, and the runners get back, and that's out number 2. So it'll be Coco Crisp who steps up.
This time I think simply Pierzynski out to give Darvish a little breather since he went over to back up third base and have a little conversation, and you Darvish in total agreement with everything Pierzynski's saying.
Yeah, Darvish, he went quite a ways over to third to back up that play, which is what he's supposed to do. So Ray probably may have had a few disagreements on the mound, that type of thing. I would imagine in this one, Pierzynski and Darvish, it looked like they were strongly disagreeing. But I would imagine they're over it by the next inning. You better be.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do get over it quickly and make amends in the dugout. And really, bottom line, they're both trying to accomplish the same thing.
Yes.
Get the outs and win a game. And you can't fault the catcher for trying to help the pitcher. That's his job. And maybe he saw something and still say when you throw as many pitches consecutively out of the strike zone, Darvish was, it really demands a trip from the catcher. Just nothing else to just slow him down.
Strike call, and it's 0-2 to Coco Crisp.
Well, the curveball is starting to work very effectively for Darvish, and of course now he can try to sneak fastballs. Tried to with Coco last at bat. He had a sac fly.
To pitch is bounced to the right side. Kinsler scoops it up. Side retired. So the A's get 2 on, but they cannot get him home. And it's 3-2 after 4. A's lead. Be a question and the answer. Who was the last A's pitcher with a winning streak of more than 8?
That's right.
10 straight wins for Dan Herron, covering 15 starts in 2007.
Right in the midst of his starting assignment as American League All-Star starting pitcher over in San Francisco. Someone said Dan Herron just cleared waivers from the Washington Nationals, and there was some question as to why he would not be picked up by some people. There's the line, the great line for Jared Parker in his last 17. First 10 starts, 2-5.
And we were a little worried.
He wasn't.
Just did not look right. No, he probably wasn't. That's a good thing.
That's right.
1-1 the count to Profar. Adducci to follow. And then the top of the order, Martini. This is the group that got the 2 runs in the 3rd inning against Parker. Profar started the inning with a ground up, but then Adducci singled. Martin doubled, Gentry singled, and the Rangers were on the board. So Profar playing shortstop in all 3 games of the series. No Elvis Andrus, who's been bothered by a sore back. And that one's hit right up the middle, and Profar has a base hit.
I don't know if the Rangers hitters are looking for the fastball inside, but several are hitting it. So Adducci, a couple of innings ago, hit a fastball inside, hit it to left field, and now Profar, this fastball inside and pull the hands in, and the line drive up the middle.
So hit number 5 for the Rangers. Adducci lined a single to left field in the 3rd. Donaldson right on the cut of the grass. Outfield shaded slightly toward left center for Adducci. And he had a good swing, and he fouled it straight back. So 0-1 the count with Leonys Martin in the on-deck circle. The Twins have tied the Astros. It's 5-5 in the 9th inning down in Houston. Adducci had another good swing at a fastball, fouls that one straight back.
But Parker's not having a problem getting ahead of hitters. A couple of instances, just a matter of putting them away. He's done it with Moreland, gotten ahead of him. A couple of strikeouts, the power hitting left-hand at first baseman.
Lowry's got it. He flips. No, he cannot get it out of his glove, and everybody's safe. So it's going to go as an E6. I don't know if they would have turned a double play.
No, they probably would not, but it'd been an out. There's a changeup, and just the transfer couldn't do it. And Sogard was waiting for the flip, never got it, and just the transfer. And Profar actually didn't slide, and if it flipped the ball, it might have got him anyway, because surprisingly Profar didn't slide, and by not sliding overran the bag, but the ball was never transferred to Sogard.
So 2 on, nobody out for Leonys Martin. Would he be bunting?
I'd say yes. I would say yes. Be surprised if he didn't.
And he squares early. And he bunts it foul.
everything worked fine there. It's just the transfer, as Lowry put his hand in, it was just the ball wasn't there. But again, Profar hit the top of the bag and slid over the bag. I think when Lowry came up looking to first, thinking about maybe getting Adduci, but no chance for him either. So a mistake the A's have to overcome.
Parker will take a quick look at second. Now the Rangers will do this. They're the second most sacrifice hits in the American League. And that one bunted to Parker, who picks it up. He's going to get the out at first. So Martin gets the sacrifice down. And now it's second and third. One out for Gentry.
When Jared Parker came up, didn't even bother to look at third base as Donaldson went back to third. But even though the bunt was a little bit hard, he wanted to get one out.
Gentry today, a couple of singles, one of them knocked in a run. So he is 4 for 7 in this series.
And Donaldson holding the runner at third like a first baseman would.
Yep.
You've seen him do that a few times.
First pitch is a bit low.
A's will sacrifice a ground ball that would allow the tying run to score, but playing the infield back to avoid a ball getting through.
Profar at third, Adduci at second. So lots of speed on the bases for the Rangers. Low again, 2-0.
You know who probably appreciates what Donaldson is doing more than anybody? That would be Steve Busby, the broadcaster for the Rangers, because he was the one that originally started the fake to third and throw to first.
That's right, Buzz.
Yeah. Dado, his coach at USC, wanted him to figure out a pickoff move for third base, which is rare.
That is rare.
But he used it to. There's Buzz working with Tom Grieve.
Check swing, runners coming home, and now they're going to be in a rundown, and they're going to have two guys at third base. And that is a huge out. A check swing by Gentry, and Profar is retired.
Well, and Gentry ran hard thinking that maybe the play was going to be the first, because Dave Anderson tried to get him to head towards second base to at least have the second and third again. But the check swing, great play by Jared Parker as the runner was coming down the line. And the best thing Vogt did, run all the way back, because one of them's going to be out. And no reason to throw the ball. Just keep running as quickly as you can to avoid a rundown and keep the runner at first base. And this is a strategy move by Bob Melvin, the speed of Gentry. So they're going to discuss what to do in the event he takes off.
Is there anything that makes you more mad as a hitter than second and third, one out in a one-run game? You're down and you check swing back to the pitcher. Oh man,
especially since he's blocked 2 for base hits already today's game.
Oh,
and he's saying, well, I check swing, I've got to get a base hit. But Parker,
look, the middle infielders are back.
That's right. And if he completes his swing, it's a ground ball to second.
That's right.
Gentry might run. All this discussion, of course, from Ron Washington's standpoint, figures they might not throw through if Gentry does run.
First pitch to Kinsler is a bit inside and high. Kinsler is 0 for 2. His last at bat, he had a line shot right at Donaldson.
As the at bat progresses, and depending the count on the count, you might see something with the speed on both first and third.
Kinsler pops it up. down the right field line, and Moss cannot quite get to it. Heck of an effort by Brandon Moss.
Well, you have to play deep for Kinsler, and that's the reason it took a long time for Brandon Moss to get to the ball in foul territory. Fortunately, it was foul. Well, it's such a long run.
That is a long run.
Moss just lay down, get your breath. Why doesn't the catcher walk out to let him catch his breath?
So the count 1-1 to Kinsler, who is 2 for 12 in the series. And a nice block by Vogt with the tying run at third.
Well, got the glove down, took it off his chest protector, and down in the bullpen, Darren Bush is saying, all that work I'm putting in is paying off, because that was huge. That was a big one.
Gentry has not attempted to run just yet, although, as Ray said, it is a possibility here. Kinsler hits it hard to Donaldson, who scoops it, gets up, throws, and they get Kinsler, and the Rangers do not score. First and third, one out, and Parker gets out of it. Camp Railroads, whether it's a steam train through the Redwoods or a beach train to Santa Cruz, Roaring Camp is the ride of a lifetime. It's the Paramount Theater in downtown Oakland. Seen the Fox Theater in downtown Oakland, pretty close to each other. 3-2, the A's lead. It's the bottom of the fifth inning. And the first pitch to Donaldson is a strike on the outside corner. Darvish has had to deal with base runners in every inning. Last inning, the A's had 2 on and 1 out, but he was able to get out of it. 75 pitches now, so he's thrown quite a few pitches.
One thing about Darvish, at times they say, let's get him pitching out of the stretch. He does it all the time, so that doesn't affect him.
Right side of the diamond, Kinsler has it, and that's out number 1. So Donaldson 0 for 3 in the afternoon, and here comes Lowry.
Now batting shortstop, number 8, Jed Lowry.
Lowry has walked and scored, and he has popped to short. Astros got a run in the bottom of the 9th inning. So they will board their airplane and head to the Bay Area, and they will do it on a winning note. And they salvaged the final game of that series.
Was it one in which the train full of oranges got a chance to go on the tracks, or it was just
We're going to find out.
typical walk-off?
We're going to find out how they walked off. So you basically want to know if the train went for a little trip.
Yeah. I mean, after all, those oranges just sit there, you know, so might as well have it take a little trip, which means it's a home run, right?
That's fair.
Yeah. We're told it's not, so just a walk-off. I don't think Bo Porter really cares what kind of a walk-off it is, as long as they win.
Profar charges, gets a nice hop. Lowry's retired. So 2 outs. Well, Ryan Doumit homered in the top of the 9th inning for the Twins to tie it.
Now batting right fielder, number 37, Brandon Moss.
Trevor Crow with a base hit. And that was the game winner. So 2 outs here in the 5th, and here's Moss. In the dirt. Astros will come to town with 93 losses. So Moss will be sitting on a 2-0 pitch, and it'll be interesting to see what Darvish throws on 2-0.
Might be shocked if it's a fastball.
And it wasn't, and it's a strike.
And I think Brandon Moss is a good hitter, will do 2-0. Power hitter, looked for a fastball, didn't get it, and knows that if it's a strike, it's just 2-1. You have to figure he's going to stay with the pitch that he's had success with, and that is the curveball.
And there it is again, and it's 2-2. A little different body language from you, Darvish, now than earlier in the game. Pitch looked like it was outside, and it was just a little bit. Full count now to Moss.
Well, they've thrown him 5. Don't you think he'd make it 6?
Why not?
And after all, he's hit his fastball, crushed it for a 2-run home run. Looked like a cutter or a changeup that he hit for a base hit past Moreland.
So 3-2 to Moss, and here it comes. And he misses badly outside, and it's a 2-out walk.
Well, May 21st, and Yoenis Cespedes at the ballpark in Arlington. And the A's, that's all they need. Straight away center field, and Gentry tried, couldn't get it. And that was a shutout, 1-0. The A's defeating the Rangers at their home park, and it's ready a 2-hit shutout for 7 innings.
Cespedes today, a walk in the first, a strikeout in the third. Another breaking ball, and it's inside.
Cespedes is so strong, and at times he can get out and maybe looking fastball, but react on a hanging curveball and crush it. We have seen him do that, and as many as he has seen had the one fastball at his head, and then Darvish came back with a curveball away and struck him out last at bat.
Missed again. 2-0. There's that 7 straight off-speed pitches. Another breaking ball, and it's 2-1.
Between Michael Norris's arm with a screwball and Darvish from a curveball, it should be.
You would think. Short lead by Moss at first, but Darvish will keep an eye on him. Going to get some action now in the bullpen for Texas. Another breaking ball, and it catches the inside corner. 2-2.
I don't believe Cespedes.
That was not a strike.
No, I think it had to definitely come around and see. What you don't like to see is the delay call by an umpire after Pierzynski brings everything into the strike zone, because it makes the umpire look bad to the point that he's watching the catcher's mitt instead of the baseball, which they should never do.
And he gets him on an off-speed pitch. So Cespedes strikes out, and the A's leave a runner. 6th inning coming up. The A's 3, the Rangers 2.
September the 8th, beginning at 10 a.m. in Parking Lot A. The pregame fiesta will feature a Chevrolet ride and drive, live lucha libre wrestling, and an autograph session with Yoenis Cespedes. Also, 10,000 fans will receive a Cespedes rally scarf driven by Chevrolet. Pregame and in-game entertainment inside the Coliseum will feature Latin music, dancers, and more. For tickets and information, visit oaklandathletics.com/fiesta.
Top of the 6th inning with the A's leading the Rangers 3-2. First pitch to Adrian Beltre is a strike. Beltre, Berzinski, Rios here in the 6th. Beltre so far in this series is 2 for 11. He's walked once. He's driven in 1 run. He's a good guy to keep quiet. Because he's not always quiet against the Athletics.
He's not.
He's got 26 career home runs against the A's.
And they're not just to left field. As a right-handed hitter, he will use the whole field. Probably can adjust as well as anybody in his home park with a shorter right field porch.
And that one's drilled to center. Coco's racing back, and he's going to get there, and he makes the catch right in front of the wall for out number 1.
Remember when he missed that pitch earlier in the series last night, but supposed to be inside, right down the middle and low.
Number 12.
And a dangerous pitch to throw to a power hitter. Unfortunately, it went to center field and not to left field, because that's how close it came to tying the game. Coco can play some center field and played it perfectly.
Berzinski has popped out twice to Donaldson. And he hits one toward left center, and it'll stay up for Cespedes, and that's out number 2.
To Pierzynski, Parker's made the great pitches because he stayed inside. He's trying to inside out the pitches, and from Pierzynski's standpoint, he's hit them too hard. There, the line for both pitchers. 5 walks for Yu Darvish, not 1 for Jared Parker.
Rios is hitless today, a strikeout and a ground out so far. And there's a first pitch strike. Parker has not walked anybody today. He hung that one, and Rios fouled it back. 1-2.
That's when you know you're going good too. When you can hang a curveball, the hitter hits it straight back. He's upset, but the pitcher's ecstatic. Got away with one. His eyes, but could not handle it. Parker struck him out with a good changeup. 0-2 in his first at bat.
And he went with a fastball down and in. So pitch number 85 coming up for Parker. Kind of spiked that changeup. So full count. Mitch Moreland would be next.
See him leading off the next inning.
Rios got a fastball, and count stays 3-2.
Darvish is pitching well, but again, bullpen activity for the Rangers. It's maybe the pitch count's getting a little bit. Maybe all the curveballs concerning Mike Maddox and Ron Washington.
That's a pop-up, foul territory. And Vogt makes the catch, side retired. 3 up, 3 down inning. Bottom of the 6th coming up. 3-2 Athletics. Scott Hatteberg, a walk-off home run, bottom of the 9th inning, broken 11-11 tie. And you know the rest of the story. It was the A's 20th consecutive win, setting an American League record. That was quite a night at the ballpark. Oh, Ray, can you believe it was 11 years ago? The great stretch of winning baseball.
Well,
11 years ago.
The number 11 stands out because Tim Hudson had an 11-0 lead. And unbelievably, the Royals tied it, and the A's won 12-11 on the walk-off home run. So walk-off magic happened then as well.
Bottom of the 6th. A's with a 3-2 lead, and it's Cayespo, Barton, and Sogard against Darvish. Darvish is sitting at 92 pitches. Robbie Ross is pretty much loose and ready to go out in the bullpen. And that hit the umpire, and Ron Kulpa goes down. Sometimes, Ray, and you should be talking and not me, but you get hit on the inside of the knee.
Yeah. Look at his right knee that is exposed, and it got him right there.
I don't know if it was the inside or not, but it certainly.
Well, it's a direct hit on the knee, and you know he's wearing shin guards on the inside, but you're right, it's on the inside. He turned his knee a little bit, and maybe he does not have the type of shin guard that completely wraps around. He's going to walk it off a little bit, but
when you've said too, Ray, that shin guard, when you bend your knees, it kind of it pulls apart a little bit, and there may be a little less protection when the shin guard is pulled apart.
And plus his knee is a little bit to the side, so maybe it got him to the side.
So that'll knock you down.
Yeah. But you know, we've seen umpires kind of set themselves up to where they are exposed. Now that time, and Kulpa is pretty much behind the catcher except for his right knee. But you know, again, I go back to Richie Garcia, an umpire supervisor, talking about the slot where they set up. But why expose your whole body to a ball that's coming in? Now that was the second pitch to the hitter. If it's 2 strikes, Brzezinski's going to try to block it. He could care less about blocking a ball that was in the dirt, and that's the reason it skipped by him and ended up hitting the umpire.
So now the count is 3-0. And it's a 4-pitch walk, and that is walk number 6 by Darvish, with a lefty ready to go in the bullpen. So 6 walks today, ties a career high.
Number 10.
And there are 3 left-handed hitters in a row coming up for the Athletics. Thought maybe Ron Washington would make that move, but he has not. 95 pitches for Darvish. So Barton has had a good afternoon. A walk and a single. He has scored a run, and there's a strike.
Fastball.
Yeah.
And he walked 6. Darvish did last June the 7th. That was here at the Coliseum, losing 7-1.
So 6 walks, 4 strikeouts for Darvish. And he has allowed 4 hits. You know what, Ray, we've seen Darvish when he maybe needed a little extra. He could get 94, 95.
Absolutely.
We have not seen that at all today.
And
again, he hasn't thrown as many fastballs, but we've seen nothing close to that.
And when you throw as many breaking balls as he does, you have to wonder if he doesn't feel confident enough to throw a fastball, get it to that velocity, or he's not there to even throw.
And would you say, too, if you throw that many breaking balls take a little bit more out of your arm?
Yeah, exactly. And if you throw a lot of cut fastballs, it takes off your velocity.
Sure.
Yeah, it reduces velocity.
But when he has thrown fastballs today, they've been 91, maybe 92.
But if he's got 96 in his back pocket, this is the time to throw it. Although,
Yeah.
pretty good chance it's going to be something off speed the way he's been going. There it is.
And that one's driven to right center, and that's hit deep. Martine's going back, and that baby's gone. 5-2, the A's lead. Barton homers.
That's it for Yu Darvish. Another curveball that Derek Barton will not find a bigger home run hit by Derek Barton. Curveball, here it comes, there it goes. And Barton, we talked to us, Kyle, about his aggressiveness and how aggressive was that on the curveball. So the walk to Callaspo, 2-2 curveball to Barton. He hit one back on May the 11th. At Seattle. He loves it. The A's love it. And the A's have taken a 3-run lead.
So it's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. And he struggles again against the Athletics. 6 walks, and I got 3 of them scoring.
That's right, exactly.
That may be the biggest number of all. 3 out of 6 scored. So right at 100 pitches, but he was not sharp right from the get-go. Sogard, the first pitch he sees from the lefty Robbie Ross, is lined into right field for a base hit.
Okay. Darvish today had 9 3-ball counts, and you wonder why he's at 100 pitches in the 6th inning. Derek Barton, well, I think his comments to us, and he's a different person. He's talking about his aggressiveness. He's jumped on some first pitch fastballs, but you could see his emotions going around first base after he hit a home run off Darvish, especially on a 2-2 curveball. Maybe Kaipe threw so many curveballs that as a hitter, you start thinking 2 strikes, he's going for the strikeout, he's going to throw a curveball, and Barton was all over it.
So here's Robbie Ross, 4-2 with a 2.57 ERA. Left-handers hitting .317 against him. Right-handers .216. So that would be a little hard to explain. Vogt had a good swing, and the count is 1-1.
Those 2 runs, probably the biggest, is the Rangers close, coming back to at least tie it, maybe even take the lead, but Derek Barton's 2-run home run difference of a 1-run lead to 3 runs.
High fastball, and Vogt missed it. So 2 home runs today, both of them 2-run homers, Moss and Barton.
Johnny Davis boys had 15 consecutive games in which they homered at least once. It stopped last night. Started another streak today with 2. One coming in the first inning on a sac fly and shut out the next 8 innings. Congratulations, Derek Barton. Those are impressive numbers for 9 games since his return from AAA.
Another pop-up foul, so Vogt throwing together a good at-bat. So 2-2 the count. So Coco Crisp waits in the on-deck circle. And now full count. So Stephen Vogt fouled off a couple pitches, laid off a couple pitches.
Amazing how lefties on lefties sometimes does not always work. We saw it Sunday. 4 lefties came in for Joe Madden and the Rays, but Bob Melvin did not pinch hit anybody. 3 lefties came up with huge hits against the lefty relievers.
And that one hit down the right field line, and that's going to get down. Sogard digging for third. Vogt to second with a double. Second and third, and nobody out. And before Vogt got to second base, and I'm not even exaggerating, Mike Maddox was 4 steps out of the dugout.
And maybe to say, we bring a lefty in to face these left-handed hitters, and you've given up 2 rockets. But a great at bat by Vogt. Started out behind and then got to 3-2. And that uppercut swing, and Robbie Ross looked like a little cutter and left it up and got hit.
And let me tell you, it was right about here when Mike Maddox started walking out of the dugout.
You know, the one thing that Stephen Vogt said when he hit a home run off Jake McGee, the lefty, the Tampa Bay Rays, the fact that it was his former organization, but also he said he'd never gotten a chance to face lefties before. He was left in the game as Bob Melvin did not pinch hit 1 hitter. for the lefties that came in, and for him to hit a home run off a lefty, he said that has made his season.
So now the infield has to come in. Nobody out. And the A's a chance for a big inning. First pitch to Crisp is a strike. Coco is 0 for 2. He had a sacrifice fly in the second inning. So Ogando starts to throw. This inning has gone walk, homer, single, double. So if Coco hits a triple, that means the A's will have hit for the cycle. So is that like with a walk? Is that like a cycle plus?
That's where Vince Vitronio heads down to interview all of them.
That's right.
Since he's
that's a Vinny cycle, not a mini cycle, a Vinny cycle.
I think the biggest thing for the A's, and you just keep adding on. It's the great thing, I've said it many times about baseball. You can never embarrassing the opposition if you're trying to swing the bat. You know, you can run when it's a blowout and you get criticized, but nobody ever is going to criticize a hitter for trying to hit the ball. And the A's have 2 runners on to try to bring them in.
And Coco shoots one into center field, and that's a base hit. Sogard scores, Vogt to third, and it's 6-2. Still nobody out.
Great hitting by Coco Crisp. Excellent base running by Stephen Vogt at second because he wanted to make sure the ball got through. High fastball again. So Robbie Ross getting a lot of fastballs up in the zone. And Coco Crisp right back up the middle. And again, first and third. And Josh Donaldson up. So Coco Crisp sacked fly early and an RBI single here. Stay hot, Coco, and well, the best thing to see him not only DH as he did last night, but to play in center field.
So here's the right-handed hitting Donaldson. So Ogando, the right-hander, is loosening up with Ortiz, the left-hander. So Donaldson 0-1. He's 0 for 3 this afternoon. And he drills one to left. Down the line. And that baby's gone. It's 9-2. The A's lead, and they are blowing this baby open.
Take your time, Josh Donaldson. That just got you to 20 and 80. 20 home runs, 80 runs driven in, and he absolutely crushed an off-speed pitch from Robbie Ross.
Now watch where this thing lands. It was
Look at the
way
swing.
back into the green seats.
That slider into his wheelhouse, everything into it, and he knew it was gone, had no chance to hook foul, and extremely deep in left field. Way deep in left, up in the shadows. And Ron Washington slowly heading to the mound. Wow. What a shot by Josh Donaldson. And for somebody who came up last year a number of times, finally came back. He's solidified the third base position. And you want power, 20 and 80 at third base with 23 to go.
So the A's have scored 6 times here in the 6th. They lead 9-2.
Your attention, please.
And by Toyota. Do the math and save at your local Toyota dealer.
Donaldson's 3-run homer has turned it into a 9-2 A's lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning. So 1 an inning.
How many outs?
That would be 0. Walk, homer, single, double, single, homer, and a 6 spot for the A's. So the left-hander Joe Ortiz comes in. He'll face Lowry and then Moss and then Cespedes.
First 3-run home run of the month of September for the Athletics, and comes at a great time off of that man Ross, who had a very good rookie season.
Yeah,
and it's amazing thing.
Not been as good this year.
Donaldson's second 3-run home run, and remember Terry Steinbach, I want to say, he hit his one of his last games, hit his 35th home run, and at the same time got his 100th RBI. Walked in to the dugout, took off the gear, and everything went to the clubhouse. And that was it. And for Josh Donaldson, I mean, he still had a lot of baseball left, but one swing of the bat, and you hit your 20th home run and drive in your 80th. That is a great, great season for Josh Donaldson, and still a lot remains.
Here's Moss. Moss has yet to be retired today. A homer, a single, and a walk. And Moss swings and misses. So Robbie Ross, 4 hits, 4 runs, no innings pitched. So that'll beat up your ERA just a little bit.
Now, look at the bullpen. Brett Anderson is warming up. Now, the objective of the A's is trying to stretch him out as much as possible. Been looking for a game, and looks like Jared Parker is finished after the 6th. And with this lead now, I think they want to stretch out Brett Anderson. So it would not be surprised to me to see him try to finish this game and throw as many pitches as possible, because they still would like to maybe build up the arm strength enough to possibly insert him in the rotation. And the A's have been looking for preferably a big run lead instead of being down a bunch of runs.
And Parker's thrown a lot of innings, a lot of pitches in his last 4 or 5 starts. Maybe give him a little bit of a break.
It gives him a chance. And you know, the A's bullpen, of course, still very strong.
Brzezinski flips the mask, and he just barely got it.
Brandon Moss standing at home plate as that ball started to drift back into fair territory. And in one sense, I think Brandon Moss is glad that Brzezinski caught the ball, because he's standing at home plate and then realized too late that if that ball is fair, and he dropped it.
Yeah. If he drops that, that would have been an ugly scene for Brandon Moss.
Yeah.
I don't care what the score is or what his day has been so far.
And he knows he should have been running, and probably will not see that happen again.
So here's Cespedes, who has walked and struck out twice.
So how about this? You have Jed Lowry, who is 0 for 3 with a walk, scored a run, and Cespedes a walk, 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Yep. And the A's have 9 runs on the board.
Oh, the bottom of the order has been extremely active. Barton, Sogard, Vogt today. Let's see, 2 for 2, 4 for 4, 5 for 7 with 2 walks. Is that right?
That's it. 3 runs scored, 4 runs scored.
Yep.
So that's we saw Profar Ducci in the 8th and 9th of the batting order, but Derek Barton, huge. I mean, that gave Jared Parker, who was probably still going to be in the game with a 3-run lead. Looks like Brett Anderson's going to come in as the A's now have a 7-run.
Cespedes is retired, and when it's all said and done, the A's score 6 times to blow this thing open. Barton with a 2-run homer, and then 4 batters later, Donaldson with a 3-run shot, and it's 9-2 A's after 6. Zealand Bay Area Baseball. Comcast Sportsnet, California's authentic Fan Fridays right here at the O.co Coliseum. This Friday, get a ticket in our value deck behind home plate, an authentic A's Flag A cheer card, and a $6 food and drink voucher, all for one great price. Log on to csncalifornia.com for details. So that's Friday night, the A's and the Houston Astros, which would be game 2 of that 4-game series. Not a whole heck of a lot of home games left.
That's right.
After this weekend's 4-game series against the Astros. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. So Brett Anderson is in. And Anderson facing a pinch hitter. It's Baker. Jeff Baker. So Parker finishes with 87 pitches. Another good outing, just 2 earned runs in 6 innings. And he's not going to lose this one. And he's probably going to win it. So Baker is the pinch hitter here in the 7th inning. So we're talking about, we're using the term, Ray, the phrase, stretching him out. Well, okay, Brett Anderson. A's still thinking, wouldn't mind getting him back in the starting rotation if there's a spot. And that one is lined into the left field corner by Baker. Baker hustling to second. I mean, so realistically, where's Anderson at as far as how far you could stretch him out?
Well, right now, this is 5 pitches and a double, ringing double down the left field line. And while they'd like to see him throw a lot of pitches and throw 3 innings in Detroit a week ago tomorrow, or a week ago today, actually, but the one thing, they want him to throw a lot of pitches, which builds up his arm strength, but not the, I mean, this 7-run lead at this point, you do not want to let it get out of hand, because the rest of the bullpen is ready.
And that's a little flare to right by Profar, and that'll fall for a hit. Baker will stop at third. So first and third, nobody out. So a couple of hits off Anderson.
For Texas, batting for Aducci.
We're going to have a pinch hitter. Joey Butler's going to hit for Aducci. Butler was announced last night as a pinch hitter, and then he was pinch hit for due to a pitching change. So Joey Butler, 12 homers, 51 RBIs in AAA. So he hits for Aducci here in the 7th inning. Magando up again. Butler, a line drive to right field, and that's a base hit. Baker trots in to score, and it's 9-3. So Anderson has faced 3 hitters. He's given up 2 line shot singles, or a line shot double, a bloop single, and then a line drive single.
And then the bullpen starts to get active, because this is a 1 swing away from making it a 3-run game, and that's what you start looking at as a manager. Well, you want the pitcher to, sure, give some innings, some pitches, but you also want to win a game. Now Kurt Young's going to buy a little time for his left-hander and for Otero to get loose in the bullpen.
So Anderson's going to face Leonys Martin. So it'll be lefty on lefty. So Ron Washington pinch hits a couple of right-handed hitters, and it pays off.
Now batting, number 2, Leonys Martin.
So here's Martin, a strikeout, an RBI double, and a sacrifice. And he hits one hard to Lowry, who scoops it up Flips to second for one, and just like that, it's a double play. 2 outs.
And with the speed of Martin, the ball had to be hit hard, and it was. And this time, Jed Lowrie able to make the play. Nice feed to Eric Sogard, who completes the double play with the speedy Martin. And yes, 1 pitch, 2 outs. You'll take it. Runner in third with the 2 outs.
So Gentry hits, and he takes a first pitch strike. Gentry is 2 for 3 in the afternoon.
And the Brett Anderson has always done since he's been in an A's uniform. Rapid fire. Gets the ball quick with his throw and gets his side. He's always ready.
Lowrie to his left, spins around, throws, and Barton keeps his foot on the bag. Side retired, so a run on 3 hits. And the Rangers now trailing the A's 9-3. 7th inning stretch from the Coliseum.
Transmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
A's Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California is brought to you by Casino Matrix, San Jose's newest entertainment destination. It's open 24/7. Visit today and see for yourself the Casino Matrix difference. 9-3, the A's lead the Rangers. It is the bottom of the 7th inning from the Coliseum. It was a 6-run bottom of the 6th inning that broke the game open. It was 3-2 at that point, and then the A's dropped the 6th spot. New pitcher for the Rangers, it's Alexi Ogando. Ogando facing Callaspo, Barton, and Sogard here in the 7th inning. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. So the year for Ogando, and it's been a frustrating year. He has been on the disabled list 3 times this year.
Well, he has such great pitches that he can throw and he can use out of the bullpen and the rotation, which he's gone back and forth.
Jeff Baker, who pinch hit, stays in the game at first base. I just thought Ogando, and he did a pretty good job as a starter. I thought he was a real weapon out of the bullpen.
That's right. And you know how many times have you seen, I mean, Daniel Bart, who was just designated by Boston, they tried, I mean, he was an outstanding relief pitcher, trying to make him a starter, and just was not the same for him. But there have been times when Neftali Feliz, who's back but in the bullpen, great closer, but putting him in the bullpen or in the rotation.
At times the Rangers have just felt like they needed a starter. And Ogando was the guy that they put in that starting rotation, and he did a pretty good job as a starter. Callaspo is 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. He led off that 6th inning with a walk, and then Barton homered. 6 walks today by Yu Darvish.
An amazing theme for the A's, starting with the walk to Callaspo and then all the things happening with the next 5 batters, and all of a sudden 6 runs are on the board for the Athletics. Ortiz settled down things with a 1-2-3 or for the 3 batters he faced, but all the damage had been done. With Ross, surprisingly, 4 batters, 4 runs, 4 hits.
So another 3-2 pitch coming up to Alberto Callaspo, and another foul ball. So another A's hitter putting together a long at bat.
3rd time today for Callaspo, going 3-2.
Now other teams do it, but I don't know if any team does it better than the A's. Just stretch out at bats, make pitchers really work. Doesn't mean it's going to end up with a base hit, but they just do not give up at bats.
The A's will host Faith and Family Day on Saturday, September the 7th. That's coming up this weekend at here O.Co Coliseum. This popular postgame event is highlighted by A's players sharing their testimonials, as well as performance by Donnie Moore and the Radical Reality team. For more information and tickets, go to OaklandAthletics.com/faith. You must purchase a special ticket for this event to participate in the postgame festivities. We hope you do, because it's always one of the highlights of September baseball, the end of the afternoon game against the Astros on Saturday. Donnie Moore over the A's dugout. We have a number of the A's players there. And a great afternoon. The cap you mentioned about, how about in Detroit, 4 of the best starters in the American League, and all 4 went 5 innings, because the A's, the pitch counts and the way they handle the bat in those games.
If you work the pitcher and then do damage, well, that's the double whammy. And that's what the A's did in Detroit.
Absolutely.
Barton fouls it straight back. This is what Barton did in the 6th inning, and it was a big 2 extra runs.
A curveball from Yu Darvish, who had thrown a lot. Matter of fact, to Moss and Cespedes last inning. And Derek Barton showing a little emotion, and why not? And a big home run. Of course, he's done well, as the numbers we'd shown earlier, since he returned from AAA. And I think Derek has explained to us, you know, that the word fun, you know, it's a game that you can grind, and it can drive you to the point you never know what you're going to do, and then all of a sudden decide, hey, I know what I can do, capable of doing. Not so many expectations, just do what I can do. And we've actually seen a different player since his return.
So 3-2 to Barton. Hits that ball well to left field. Gentry gets back. He's got it, and that's out number 2. So that's the first time Barton has been retired today, after the home run and also a single and a walk. And here's Sogard. Sogard has yet to be retired. He has singled twice and walked.
Eric Sogard.
There's one game going on right now. It's an interleague game. The Blue Jays and the Diamondbacks are playing in Arizona. It's a 3-3 game in the 10th inning. Arizona has hit the skids.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be able to get anywhere close to the playoff. Dodgers have ran away with that division, and Arizona now 8 games back in the wild card race. So Gentry takes care of that loose baseball out in left field.
And evidently the temperature is still a bit warm in Phoenix.
Just
so,
a bit.
Sure, the roof at Chase Field is closed. It has been for the series. Triple digits continue in the Phoenix area.
Well, it's supposed to be very warm in the Bay Area this weekend.
But still think when
Won't be that,
the Cubs and Cardinals came in, it was about 85, 90. Man, it's hot. They said, you don't know what hot is.
Yeah.
It's not hot when there's no humidity, and that's what we're fortunate to not have here.
Sogard swings and misses, so Agondo has a 3-up, 3-down inning, and we're on to the 8th here at the Coliseum. 9-3 the A's lead. World's most versatile camera, GoPro. Be a hero. It's good luck. Beautiful look at downtown Oakland. Guns a-blazing there. That's Rock. He's one of our great cameramen.
What happened to the rest of his shirt?
That's a very good question. Well, Rock spends his Sunday afternoons
Rocking
in the black hole here at the Coliseum. He's a big Raider guy, so he's showing it off. What we really didn't show you, though, is that Rock was dancing in between innings, and there are just some things that are not allowed to be shown on TV, and
well, it's
that
on
was one of them.
It's on tape, so be careful.
That's a good
it
point.
will show up someplace.
Yeah, it wasn't really all that good. But he's a heck of a cameraman. 1-2 to Brett Anderson.
Does he have a camera in the black hole?
he's a fan. He's a fan. Kinsler swings at a pitch that was in the dirt, and that's a strikeout for Brett Anderson.
Oh, we talk about the back foot. breaking pitch, and Brett Anderson, you could see the spin. There it comes. And that's what you see a lot of if the hard slider is working effectively. Probably better than his curveball because curve kind of floats a little bit, but a hard slider very difficult for a right-hander to pick up.
First pitch swinging Beltre, and that's out number 2. So Beltre 0 for 4, and he's had a fairly quiet series, and that's usually a good thing if you're the opposition.
A.J. Pierzynski.
And here's Pierzynski. Pierzynski is 0 for 3. He's hit a couple of pop-ups to third and a fly ball to left field. And the first pitch from Anderson is in for a strike. So Anderson gave up 3 consecutive hits when he came in the game, but got a double play and has settled in now.
To be honest, I don't think it's that easy when you're accustomed to being a starting pitcher. And then you have to kind of change your role even more so because he is trying to hurry and come back from the disabled list of a long time and build up some arm strength. But like Sonny Gray, when he first came up and had 2 relief appearances, he made the adjustment when he came up to make those appearances before he went back and then came back as a starter. But Brett Anderson wants to get outs, wants to build up the arm strength, so it's kind of a mixed bag of what he's trying to do.
So Tommy Milone just loosening up a little bit.
Probably just getting some work in. He's kind of relegated to the bullpen. And remember, Tommy Milone has 10 wins, one of 4 starters so far to get double figures in wins.
Barton charges, steps on the bag, side retired. Anderson with a 3-up, 3-down, top of the 8th inning. Bottom of the 8th coming up. Here's our game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Moss in the very first inning, his 26th home run of the year. He's actually had a 3-0 lead in this game, but Rangers scored twice in the third. And at that point, it was a 3-2 game, and it was a tight game. But then the A's blew it open. Barton, a 2-run homer in the 6th. That made it 5-2. Then with the score 6-2, Donaldson, a 3-run shot, his 20th home run of the year. That was part of a 6-run 6th inning, and the A's now lead the Rangers by a score of 9-3 going to the bottom of the 8th inning. If the A's can hang on and win this, they will be tied with the Rangers for first place in the AL West. So to the bullpen for the Rangers. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. your oil change, tune-up, and smog expert. So it's Corey Burns comes in for his 10th appearance. And we have a whole bunch of changes for the Rangers, which we will get those to you as soon as possible.
At least by the next time.
That's a warning.
Next time the A's see the Rangers, which would be a week from Friday.
It's a spring training warning, meaning wholesale substitutions in 1 inning. Kind of like when we do our one telecast from Arizona, Ray.
And that's when the score sheet is non-existent.
Yeah, you kind of just forget about it after a while. Two and one to Stephen Vogt.
From innings, actually 3, 4, and 5. Very quiet, the crowd here at the Coliseum.
Beltran right. Chirinos at third. Just a couple of the changes. Adam Rosales is in the game. He's at second. Soto's the new catcher. Corey Burns kicks, and the pitch is hit high to center field. Tough sun, and it drops. And Vogt is at second, and it's going to be a double.
And Vogt was flying. I mean, he knows, everybody knows that. And that wasn't even close. I mean, at least you see an outfielder have it and then get out of the way. That ball was 10 feet from him, and Vogt left the plate running hard. Look where this ball lands, over here. It's not even close. But it's a tough sun. And Ty Waller urging Vogt to continue to run. It's up there.
So Vogt will get a double. That's his second double of the afternoon. That's 10 hits for the A's. And here's Coco Crisp. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch from Burns.
And then you can understand, and it's not condoning it, but a hitter takes a good swing. Sounds great coming off the bat. You think, well, if I pull that ball, it's a home run. But then you have to forget about that until it's either caught or dropped. In this case, he dropped it, and Vogt gets the double. But guys get so upset when they swing and don't make the contact or get the result they think they're going to get when they make the swing.
Well, we've also said many times, if it's a day game and the sun's out in this ballpark, you better run on anything in the air. Because how many times have we seen that happen in this ballpark this year? 7 or 8?
Actually, from the visitor standpoint, too many times, because it's an advantage for the A's. It should be. And there's only one that I can think of the Astros, Dave Tremblay, who said he actually had his outfielders early in the afternoon when it was sunny hitting fly balls to them in anticipation of what would be the series finale during the daytime. Rosie knows.
Yes, he does. Two and one to Coco Crisp, who's got a couple of RBIs today. And that one is ripped to right. And that baby's gone. Another long one for the A's. And they are just teeing off. It's 11-3 Athletics.
He just keeps adding on. The changeup 79, Coco all over it. Just crushed it. And there is not much that gets by Coco. Garver's throwing a fastball 0-2, hit a line drive for a sacrifice. And this changeup crushed.
So the A's have homered 4 times in this game. 3 2-run homers and a 3-run homer. And for Coco, his 18th of the year.
Not bad for a leadoff hitter.
So make it 4 RBIs today. So 54 runs batted in for Crisp on the year.
A few times the A's have hit 4 in a game, but remember the 5 home runs they hit with Reddick hitting 3 of them in Toronto on a Friday night.
2-1 to Donaldson. Donaldson, a 3-run shot in the 6th. He's got 20 homers and 80 RBIs now in the season. And he hits one hard to left center field. Martin to the wall. He leaps, and that's off the wall. And Donaldson's going to have a double. A's are just hitting shots all over the place. That one off the wall.
That was a one-handed swing. It shows the strength of Josh Donaldson. Fooled on the pitch. It just looked like it was a one-handed and reached out and hit it off the left center field wall. And there it is. Just extension. And I think Donaldson was just as surprised the ball ended up going, because these guys are so accustomed to having a ball not travel very far. But this is a day game. Travels much better, and maybe Martin should have caught the ball if he had found it. Maybe the sun got him.
So Donaldson with a double, and here's Andy Perino, who's hitting for Lowry. So Perino, a left-handed hitter, switch hitter, I should say. There's the numbers in AAA. So the batting average very low for Perino, but from what everybody has told us, he was a vacuum cleaner in the field.
Yes, he was.
So 1-1 the count to Perino with Moss in the on-deck circle. Perino hits a shallow pop-up right field. Beltre a long run, and he gets there, catches it, and kind of stumbles forward a little bit. So that's out number 1.
I hope it was a stumble. I hope he didn't decide to dive. I got it. Yeah. Catch it head high and go into a little bit of a fall forward. Maybe he just lost his footing.
So Ron Washington's coming out. He's going to make a pitch change. So Corey Burns faces 4 hitters, and it just settled in on the new pitcher. Looks like Neftali Feliz. free on your iPhone and iPad. Build your stadium and make the decisions to guide your team to the World Series. Download MLB Ballpark Empire free today. Data and usage rates may apply. One out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The A's leading 11-3. Coco Crisp with a 2-hit, 4 RBI afternoon. And it's Neftali Feliz that comes in. So Feliz, who has missed the entire season due to arm surgery, but he is back now. Just his second appearance, but the Rangers are hoping maybe he can help them down the stretch.
I think anytime they can get a pitcher back, consider the number of injuries they've had to the pitching staff this season, they're happy.
Yeah, they lost Matt Harrison, a pretty good left-handed starter, and Colby Lewis. So that's 40% of their what they thought would be their rotation. Harrison was hurt early in the year, so neither of those guys will be pitching this year.
Yeah, the man that the pitcher's come out and done a good job. He pitched last night, Martin Perez.
Oh, yeah.
6 in a row, 5 in August and 1 last night. And of course, we saw Yu Darvish. We saw Derek Holland in the opener of the series on Sunday. He's a quality pitcher. Of course, Matt Garza. We saw the last time the Rangers were in town.
Moss hits it to shallow right center. Beltre again, the right fielder's under it, and he's got it for the second out. So speaking of Martin Perez, the winning pitcher last night, you're right, just 22 years old. Yeah.
The hard slider, good change up, and gave up the run in the first inning. And that was it. The A's were shut out the last 8 innings. Although they made it interesting in the 9th with Joe Nathan.
Well, the Rangers certainly hoping they may have a keeper in Martin Perez.
Well, I think Ron Washington said it best. He said we've gotten a chance to watch him grow up right in front of our eyes. And it did seem last year not nearly the pitcher he is this year. And this is not the Neftali Feliz we've seen in the past.
Nope.
It's almost like it's a struggle for him to throw. And granted, just coming back. It's Derek Holland's appearance on Labor Day Monday. And it's Matt Garza. The A's faced on the Saturday afternoon and beat him 2-1. Thanks to 4 bunts.
Well, we don't know exactly who the A's will face next weekend in Arlington. Rangers have an off day tomorrow. In fact, they're off tomorrow, and then they're off next Thursday as well. That Thursday right before the A's come to town.
They've talked about the off days, and if they have them the rest of the season, I think every Thursday is off the remainder of the season, seems I heard, and which allows them to adjust the rotation however they want it.
Seth Smith pinch hitting. It's one in the air, and it drops. Foul territory. Jamal Weeks comes out into the on-deck circle, hoping.
Smitty, get on base, Smitty. I want to get into bat. Should get a nice ovation if Jamal makes it to the plate. One of the fan favorites. Had a great 2011. Last year started out well. Unfortunately for him, he was optioned to AAA.
Good swing by Smith, fouls it straight back. Michael Choice doing his, it's Chris Young, excuse me, doing his Ricky Henderson, right? Ricky keep his legs loose a little bit on the bike about a month ago.
Yeah, but Chris Young wanted that to round the bases from that home-to-home, but Martin missed. He said, I needed some help. Not that hard, and he proved it.
And Seth Smith is hit by a pitch. So Weeks will get a chance to hit.
And the ovation is there.
Number 19, Jamal Week.
So Week steps in. And a nice full season in Sacramento. 4 home runs, 40 RBIs, 271 the average.
Well, it's good to see that fastball at 92. It's a little worried about Feliz. 82, 85 with, I guess, what looked like screwball changeups, but got a little extra on the fastball. It's hard for pitchers to have surgery and try to come back. Always have to wonder what it's going to be like to step out on the mound and pitch.
Well, it's really twofold. First of all, you haven't pitched in quite a while, and secondly, you got a new arm.
That's right.
I mean, you know, trying to figure out what does it feel like.
Yeah.
Maybe a little hesitation. And that one called a strike, and the count is 2-1. Neshek is going to start to throw out in the A's bullpen. 3-1 to Weeks with Donaldson at second, Smith at first. Coco Crisp with a 2-run homer in this inning.
It's almost like Baker's going to come over and thought maybe something had happened to Feliz. It is Baker third, right? Okay, I lost track.
Chirinos.
That's right.
Baker's at
Chirinos.
first.
That's right. He just didn't put Chirinos down. I put Baker down. Chirinos is a catcher. He's listed as a catcher.
Well, Ray, it's a beautiful day in the Valley of the Sun.
Exactly.
Week 2 of spring training. One of those games for the Rangers. One you don't want to have the first week of September when you're in a pennant race. The A's have had some swagger today, and they have showed it in the late innings. Foul ball again. Foul tip hung on by Soto, and Weeks strikes out. That's the end of the inning. Crisp with a 2-run homer, 11-3 as we head to the ninth. Giovanni Soto leading things off here in the top of the 9th inning, facing Brett Anderson. So Soto just came into the game to catch. Seth Smith is now in left field. Chris Young is in center field. So Smith in left, Young in center, and Andy Perino is the shortstop. And Brett Anderson, his 3rd inning of work. 26 pitches thrown. That's the hard part too, Ray. You'd like to stretch Brett Anderson out, but you also want, there's nothing better than quick outs, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that one is driven to left, hit pretty well. Smith is back. He's at the wall, and Soto homers off Anderson. And that's an 11-4 game. So Giovanni Soto with a home run.
Three-two fastball down the middle, and Soto, who did not start the game,
Now batting, number 43.
in for A.J. Pierzynski, and it's a nice swing, and the result is even better for him.
So here's Beltre. Beltre swings and misses. Angel Beltre, not Adrian Beltre. This is the young man in right field. And he waves at a slider, and that will do it for Beltre.
Time now for the AT&T U-verse rewind. Jared Parker. This will be his 18th consecutive start. Unbeaten start, and he was left after 6 innings with a 9-2 lead. And now the A's have added on to that. 4 strikeouts, not a walk, and after giving up 2 runs in the 3rd inning, settled down, giving up just 1 hit the next 3. But probably the biggest was after a base hit, E6, and sacrificed 2nd and 3rd, and got out of it. Rangers could have tied the game with any sort of a ground ball by Gentry, except for the check swing. And the A's and Jared Parker are able to get out of the inning.
Baker rolls at foul. Six innings, 5 hits, 2 runs today for Jared Parker. So he is closing in on his 11th win of the year.
And since his last loss was on May 22nd against the Rangers, he's beaten them twice.
And Baker strikes out. So 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Good breaking ball here from Anderson.
Yeah, real good hard breaking ball, and that's the one he throws the curveball in addition to the hard slider that he struck out Kinsler.
So Profar hits. Strike on the inside corner. And another strike. So now the crowd, 18,886 on its feet, and that's a swing and a miss, and that's the ball game, folks. And it was a good one for the Athletics. They turned a tight game into a rout, and the A's hit 4 home runs today. Moss hit one, Donaldson hit one, Barton hit one, Crisp hit one. And when it's all said and done, the A's win it today big, 11-4 over the Texas Rangers. And
These two teams are now tied for first in the AL West. 11-4, A's winning. You've been watching A's baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California. Don't go away. A's postgame live with Scott Reese, Shooty Babbitt, and Bip Robert starts right now.